Well, congratulations in ring one. Results of class 9. First place went to back number 40302. DKBF Priscilla 415H, exhibited by Baxter Aiden Blair of McLean, Saskatchewan. Second place will go to back number 40312, exhibited by Hunter Jones. Third place, back number 40314, Danielle Brooks. Fourth place went to back number 40309, exhibited by Olivia Gerloff. Fifth place, back number 40311, exhibited by Reese McMurphy. And sixth place went to back number 40303, exhibited by Carly Jo Kleeman. Seventh, back number 40307, Colt Illingworth. We are now going to bring in your first and seconds. We'll select a champion reserve intermediate heifer. Over here in ring 2, we are getting ready to get started with your open Gelvey female show. We're looking to start with class 1 aged cows. Well, congratulations in your intermediate division. Champion went to back number 40302, DKBF Priscilla 415H, exhibited by Baxter Blair. And reserve champion went to back number 40312, exhibited by Hunter Jones. Now in ring 1, we'll bring in class 10 April spring yearling heifers.
Here on the Gelvey side, starting off our female show, we're going to start with this more moderate Gelvey female here, but I really like the makeup and the composition of this cow. Love the udder attachment, plenty of milk, doing a really nice job raising this heifer calf. She's a moderate female, but she's just put together so well. She's so sound and smooth on the travel. She's really laid into the point of that shoulder, lays that blade back into her heart. She's square made. Might want to see just a little more cow for me, but that's just my preference, but I talked about this morning. Size doesn't allow that much to it. There's room in the industry for all sizes of cattle, but this animal just puts a lot of things together very nicely for me. The black cow is going to be reserved here. Big old stouter cow, plenty of milk in this female. Not quite the udder attachment, teat size of the cow that's going to win. She's raising a nice bull calf here. For me, this cow gets just a little too high shoulder when she's on the move here, more like a dairy cow would. I like to see my beef cattle a little more level, carrying from their hooks and pins into their shoulder. So I'd like to drop her down there, maybe make her a little cleaner in her underline compared to the cow that wins. But two very nice cows with a really nice winner. Thank you.
Well, congratulations, and a nice way to start out our Galvey female show. Your champion aged cow is going to go to back number 6194, exhibited by Jacob Arthur McDonald of Rolla, Missouri, and reserve champion goes to back number 6195, exhibited by Nick Doring. We will now bring in Class 4 Spring Heifer calves born May 1st to June 30th, 2021. For those of you that are just joining us ringside, we'd like to introduce to you our judge today in Ring 2, Mr. Bruce Sturzbach. Bruce and his wife Amy and their two sons Dylan, his wife Taylor, and Kate and longtime girlfriend Taylor Duckett reside in Louisville, Ohio, where they own and operate Sturzbach Cattle Company. At Sturzbach Cattle Company, their main focus is producing exceptional, high-quality, national contending Angus show cattle that go on to produce for their customers. Bruce has raised Angus cattle for more than 30 years and has produced many national, regional, and state championships throughout the country. Bruce and his wife Amy are extremely proud of their latest and greatest breeding accomplishment, SCC 24 Carat, one of the most popular, exciting, and widely used Angus sires throughout all breeds across the country. Bruce is a large supporter of the National Junior Angus Association and all the programs that help develop and educate the next generation of young Angus enthusiasts. Outside of the Angus cattle, another component to Bruce and Amy's day-to-day operations lies within Northridge Aussies, where they're AKC registered Australian Shepherds, a true love for a loyal breed of working dog that began for over 30 years. For those of you joining us ringside, put your hands together for a judge in Ring 2, Mr. Bruce Sturzbach.
Over here on the Gelvey side, a logical place to start. A larger framed heifer, I admit that, but a lot more quality in this female. I really like this female on the travel in this ring. I think she's very balanced when you get her in her profile. She's sure feminine and broody enough through that front end. She's laid in nice in her shoulder, but this heifer, to me, when you put her in motion, wins this class because she travels free and easy as anything in the class as you get her going here. Young man's heifer comes in next in line. I really prefer this heifer on the standstill. Big old barrel in this female, a lot of shape and dimension to it. She's a long-sided, very square-made heifer. Again, extended enough through her front end, still broody and maternal looking. When we put her in motion, she doesn't reach off those hind legs or put them down with the authority of the heifer that's going to win the class, but still a very nice female that's built very well. I'd just like to see her a little freer and easier as she goes to get her higher today. Young lady's red heifer that comes in next in line, a little more moderate, not quite the performance of the two right in front of her, but I still think there's plenty of heifer here. Good rib shape in this female, extended enough up through their front end. She's a little more compact when you view her from a profile than the two right in front of her, a little more shorter sided. Doesn't quite have the power built through that frame as you view her out from a 3/4 angle. So I just like to give her a little more of that heifer as I view her from that 3/4 angle to get her above the two in front of her. Young lady's heifer that comes in next in line, a heifer that's sure feminine when you get her on a profile here, built good enough down her top and out her hip. But as you view this heifer from the 3/4 angle, not near the power in this female, just not quite enough mass and shape as you view her from behind as the ones in front of her.
Well, congratulations. Back over in Ring 2, results out of Class 4 Spring Heifer Calves. First place went to back number 6006, exhibited by Alexandria Rab of Markle, Indiana. Second place went to back number 6071, Spencer Martin, Perkinson, Mississippi. Third place went to back number 6001, exhibited by JC Diane Carroll. In fourth place went to back number 6003, exhibited by JC Forbes. Now in Ring 2, we have Class 5 Spring Heifer Calves born March 1st to April 30th. In your Red Angus ring, we have the results of Class 10 April Spring Yearling Heifers. First place went to back number 40321 TLC Harmony 019H, exhibited by Cade McCracken, Alva, Oklahoma. Second place went to back number 40322 EGL Dream Girl 0077, exhibited by Brett Pembroke, Fairview, Oklahoma. Third place went to back number 40323 TCLE H33, exhibited by Tucker Beyer of Ringgold, Wisconsin. Fourth place went to back number 40316 MF Rachel 08, exhibited by Caleb Williams of Fort Cobb, Oklahoma. Fifth place, back number 40318, Colt Illingsworth of Funk, Nebraska. And sixth place in that class went to back number 40625, Lacey's Red Angus of Drexel, Missouri. Now in Ring 1, we have Class 11 March Spring Yearling Heifers.
Here on the Gelvey side, really nice class of females with a really nice class winner. I think this heifer really puts everything together that I will look for today in a very nice package. Love how sound this female is on the move, like how she carries herself, like the shape and dimension to the center of her rib and the balance she shows. She's still very broody out through her front end. She's sure powerful when you get out behind her. Just does a lot of things really well that I will be looking for today. A maternal female with some power in her is the way I would describe this one. So just if you want to know what's going to go on today, just take a look at that female. This female, I think, this closely follows her type and kind, a bigger body kind of female that's sound enough as she goes. As you get her in motion here, she gets a little broke up in her top. She gets a little tighter in her heart coming out of that blade of her shoulder. She's a little more broken, maybe coming out of her shoulder and her top right there, and a little more broken in her loin when you put her in motion. But this is still a free and easy moving female on her feet and legs with a big body and a still maternal look to her. The young lady's heifer that comes in next in line, a stouter made kind of female, plenty of muscle in this female. She's still broody enough as she goes. She's just not as sound as you put her in motion as the two heifers that are going to be in front of her. She's not as long strided. I'd like to see her put this hind leg down with a little more authority to get her above the two in front of her today. The young lady's heifer that comes in next in line, the red heifer, big-bodied kind of female that's sure broody as she goes. Again, I'd like to make her just a little freer and easier off her hind, too, as she goes. Doesn't quite show the balance and the maternal look from a profile as the female's right in front of her. She gets just a little heavier chested. Gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, really like this one on the standstill. Again, very maternal looking, like the rib shape and dimension. When I put her in motion, she just needs to get more athletic off both ends to get her any higher today. Same for the young man's heifer that comes in next in line, a very good maternal female from a profile, but not quite as athletic as the females above her today. On down the line, we just have some structure issues that keep these heifers down here a little bit in this class today.
Well, congratulations over in Ring 2. Results of Class 5. First place, back number 6010. Ellie Bowman, Lewis, Kansas. Second place goes to back number 6015. Rumfeld's Miss Daphne E.T., exhibited by Carly Rumfeld, Phillipsburg, Missouri. Third place will go to back number 6022, exhibited by Lucky Cross Ranch, Atwood, Kansas. Fourth place goes back number 6020, Emma Ann McDonald. Fifth place will go to back number 6011, exhibited by Cameron Nowak. Sixth place goes to back number 6013, Avon Moon. Seventh place in that class, back number 6021, Riley Hightower. Eighth place, back number 6106, Cannon Stoner. And ninth place in that class, back number 6017, Plus One Cattle Company. We're now going to bring in Class 4 and 5. We'll be selecting a champion reserve spring heifer calf.
Here on the balancer side in this first division, I think we got 4 really nice females standing out here for this championship. These 2 class winners, though, I think are kind of what I'll be looking for all day today. I really enjoy both of these 2 females. This one that won the first class, I love the extra length this one has. She's still youthful in her appearance, which is important to me. Plenty of performance, though, in this female. She's a long hip, long-sided, enough body in this female sound as she goes about the ring. When this young lady gets her pulled together, really gives you a good look on the profile. The young lady's heifer that won the second class, I just like a lot of things about this female. Very sound. I love the look she gives you when she's on the travel. When this young lady gets her put together, still so maternal up through her front end. But when you get out behind this heifer, a lot of power in this female. A little extra rib shape in this female, probably compared to our class winner. Obviously, youthfulness takes some of that into consideration, but this is still just a really nice, balanced, complete female that won the second class here. We got 2 really nice seconds here. Maybe had just a little bit of structure issues compared to their class winners, but these are still 2 high-quality females. I'll go pick your champion in your reserve. Thank you.
Congratulations, your champion spring heifer calf goes to back number 610, exhibited by Ellie Bowman of Lewis, Kansas. Reserve champion went to back number 6006, exhibited by Alexandria Rabb of Markle, Indiana. Now in ring 2, we're going to bring in Class 7 winter heifer calves, born February 17th to February 28th, 2021. Well, congratulations, your champion senior intermediate heifer, exhibited by Hadley Hartman, Tecumseh, Nebraska, with Miss Prompt Date 058H. And your reserve champion senior intermediate heifer goes to back number 40327 TCLE 63H, exhibited by JC Stutzman of Milford, Nebraska. Next class in ring 1, class 12, February junior yearling heifers.
Here in the Gelvey ring, we're going to start out again. For me, the heifer that combines the most things I'll be looking for today. I really like how maternal and feminine this female is when you get her on a profile, and that's just not in her head and neck. I see maternal and feminine in the way they're built through their body, and that I just love the balance in this female, the rib shape and dimension, how attractive she is through her head and neck, how attractive she is in her brisket and chest. There's just a lot of maternal here. This young lady gets her parked on the profile here, and she just gives you such a great look. When you put her in motion, she sure sounds enough as she goes. She might be missing her stride by a couple inches here, but just with all that maternal look to her and the way she's built down her top and out her hip, an easy class winner for me. The heifer that comes in next in line, I think just more closely follows that type and kind with some maternal look to her. I think she's sound enough as she goes about the ring, has that balance and shape and dimension to her rib. She's square out through her tail head. She's not as feminine in her head and neck and her chest as the heifer that's going to go right in front of her. That's what drops her to second here. Young lady's black heifer, I think, comes in next in line. Again, has that maternal feminine look I'm going to look for. Love the balance in the shape of the rib of this female here, but she's a female as I get her in motion, just gets a little shorter and tighter on both ends. I'd like to just free her up and make her go a little easier to get her above the two in front of her today. Big, powerful female. Appreciate the performance and the mass and the power in this female, but a heifer to me that gets just a little too coarser made from that heart forward. She's a little coarser headed. She's a little sloppier in her neck. She's a little bolder and rounder in her shoulder. I just like to tone that in a little more to make her a little more feminine for what I would be looking for today, but really appreciate the power in this female. Young lady's heifer, again, that comes in next in line. Again, a female that doesn't have the power of the female right in front of her, but again, is just a little too coarse through that head and neck for me. She just gives up some of that femininity, and then I'd like to make her just a little more slope to that shoulder. She just gets a little straighter off her front end, which allows her not to travel as free and easy as some of the other females.
Well, congratulations in Class 7. Over here in Ring 2, first place goes to back number 6014. Exhibited by Butler Creek Farms in Milton, Tennessee. Second place goes to back number 6028, exhibited by Circle S Ranch of Canton, Kansas. Third place, back number 6029, exhibited by Hilltop Farms, Benny McWilliams. Fourth place went to back number 6023, exhibited by Circle S Ranch. And fifth place in that class, back number 6024, Plus One Cattle Company. Now in Ring 2 is Class 8 winter heifer calves born February 1st through February 16th. Attention to all of our exhibitors that are back there in the makeup area. We've just got word that we're leaning a little bit too hard on that fence. If we can back off that fence so we can make sure we don't knock the fence into the class, we'd greatly appreciate it.
some give and take in this class of balancer females. I think, again, the combination female for me, from a standpoint of some structural soundness and correctness, some length and look when you get her in a profile, and some soundness as she travels. Is she the biggest bodied one? No, she could use a little more depth and spring and shape to the center of that rib cage for me. But she's a female that's very square build out her hip. She puts her feet and legs down well. She's sure feminine and broody enough through her front end. When you put her in motion, for me, I think this is the soundest female in the class. That's what's going to surface her to the top. The young lady's heifer that comes in next in line has a little more shape and dimension to that center of that rib cage. Still very feminine and broody through her front end. She's a female, to me, when you get her on a profile, gets a little out of balance as far as she's a little deeper in her chest, maybe a little tighter in her flank. But where the one gets her up front, when you put her in motion, I prefer the authority that the one up front puts her hind leg down with. This is a little finer bone female that just doesn't seem to put her leg down with quite the authority of the heifer right in front of her, although she does have more rib shape to her. Young lady's heifer that comes in next in line would probably more closely follows the type and kind from a profile as the class winner. She's a female that's got a lot of length. There is enough shape and dimension to the center of her rib, but as you view this female and get out in front of her, she's just a little too straight in that slope and that shoulder. I'm just afraid I need to set that back. I think it could cause soundness issues as we go forward. Young man's heifer that comes in next in line, the most powerful female in the class when you're out behind her, big in her top, big in her hip, really carries that down into her stifle. But when you put her in motion, she's too rigid on these rear pasterns, just doesn't put that leg down with any authority to be able to get her any higher today.
Well, congratulations in Class 8 over here in Ring 2. We have the results. First place goes to back number 6035, Miss Frontrunner 155J, exhibited by Gentry Warner. Second place went to back number 6034, TTTT Miss Annie ET, exhibited by Hayden Tamer. Third place went to back number 6036, Miss Italia 104J, exhibited by Rochelle Anderson. And fourth place in that class goes to back number 6031, exhibited by Post Rock Cattle Company. We'll now bring in Class 9 winter heifer calves born January 1st to January 31st.
Over here on the balancer side, just a very maternal female from a profile here. Love the depth of body, the squareness, the balance this female goes together with. Like how she's laid in at the point of her shoulder. Still plenty broody and feminine through that front end. Kind that looks like to me has a, a cow look to her. The future of this one turning into a mother cow is what I really like to see. Travels free and easy enough as you put her in motion. Just the depth in the center and shape of that rib and the way she carries that into her chest and her foreflank and carries it back into that rear flank, and the balance of this female just puts a lot of things together that we've been looking for again today. Really nice package in this young female. The young man's red heifer that comes in next in line, I think more closely follows that type and kind. Probably a little stouter bone female here. A heifer, when you get her on the side, sure is maternal enough looking, just not quite as maternal and broody through that head and neck as the heifer that beats her in this class. Doesn't carry the depth of body in the center of that rib back into that rear third of the rib cage quite as much as one right in front of her, but I think more closely follows that type and kind. Really like the black female that come in next. Really thought at first she might end up second in class. Like her on a profile and that broody look she gives you and the feminine look she gets you. When you get her in motion here, she's a little turned out on those front feet, a little straighter on both ends. Like to relax her in her joints on both ends to make her maybe travel a little freer and easier, but still a lot of high quality from a volume and muscle standpoint and a femininity standpoint. Young man's black heifer that comes in next in line. Really sleek necked in this female, very feminine through that head and neck, but a female that gives up some power as you view her from out behind here compared to those three heifers in front of her. Just like to make more mass in this female to get her any higher today. Gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, same thing, just has given up so much mass and power to those females in front of her. Gets a little heavier in her chest as she goes, as you view her from a profile here.
Well, back over in your red Angus ring, we have the results of Class 12 February Junior Yearling Heifers. First place went to back number 40348. HH Drama Queen 0151, exhibited by Shayla Sakic of Magnolia, Ohio. Second place went to back number 40341, TLC Man Halftime Show 2001H, exhibited by Chessie, is that a misprint? Is it Hansland or Jensland? Class 12. It's Jens. Second place in that class was back number 40341, TLC Man Halftime Show, Jens Lind of Rushford, Minnesota. Third place in that class goes to back number 40349, exhibited by Hadley Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. Fourth place went to back number 40340, exhibited by Riley Morris, Ash Grove, Missouri. Fifth place, exhibited by Avery Cavisto. And sixth place in that class, exhibited by Diamond L Genetics. Now in ring one, we have Class 13 January Junior Yearling Heifers. Back over in our Gelvey ring, we have the results of Class 9 Winter Heifer Calves. First place exhibited by back number 6042, Lillian McCowan of Cleveland, Oklahoma. Second place, back number 6043, exhibited by Hilltop Farms. Third place, back number 6038, Sarah Carroll of Raymore, Missouri. Fourth place, back number 6041, exhibited by Carter Voss. And fifth place, back number 6040, Circle S Ranch. Now in ring two, we're selecting your champion reserve, Winter Heifer Calves. Well, congratulations, Class 13 January Junior Yearlings. First place in the Red Angus ring goes to back number 40355, KJHT Rich Girl 0021, exhibited by Hannah Taylor. Second place, back number 40360, exhibited by Mackenzie Mawson. Third place went to back number 40359, Zachary Griffith, Marietta, Oklahoma. Fourth place, exhibited by Grayson McMurphy. And fifth, exhibited by Jake Hudson. We'll now bring in those first and second. Select Champion Reserve Junior Heifer over here on the Red Angus ring.
Here in the balancer side in this division, really like the females I have out here in this division. You know, there's going to be some give and take through here, but there's some females out here that I really appreciate what they've accomplished to this point in their lives. The heifer that wins the first class, I really like this heifer on the stand still. This heifer's, she's kind of surprising to you if you get up and analyze her on the bone on this female, yet she's very feminine and broody looking through that head and neck. She's long-sided, has plenty of rib shape, plenty of performance. This heifer on the stand still is really good. She gets around sure sound enough, but she probably doesn't quite travel as free and easy as the two heifers behind her, but it's free and easy enough, and with all the qualities she has there, she's sure in competition to be able to win this division. Black heifer comes in next in line as a heifer that travels free and easy enough again. Maybe like to see her just reach a little harder with those hind legs. She's a heifer that makes a nice picture on the profile here. She's put together well. She has some balance. She's got some femininity. Does she have the rib shape and dimension on the heifers of either side of her? No, she doesn't. She doesn't have quite that center rib, that spring and dimension, doesn't carry that into the rear flank as maybe the two heifers on either side of her. The heifer that won the last class really just loved the broodiness and female look of this heifer. Like I said, I see Cal written all over this one as time goes on and she goes out to grass and starts working for you. Love the shape and dimension to her rib. It's not too much. It's not overbearing. It's just right. She carries that depth and shape into that fore rib and into that chest and back into that rear flank. She's square out her hip. She's still got a very broody feminine front end in her. Really like the broodiness of the head on this female. She travels sure free and easy as any of the females in this division. So with that said, this young lady's heifer that won the last class will win this division here. I'll let that second place heifer come up and pick your reserve.
Well, congratulations, your champion winter heifer calf over in our Gelvey ring goes to back number 6042, Butler's Miss Jolene 283J, exhibited by Lillian McCowan of Cleveland, Oklahoma. In our reserve division over here in the Galvey side, reserve in that division goes to back number 6014, Butler's Miss Jewel 908J, exhibited by Butler Creek Farms of Milton, Tennessee. Now in ring 2, we will look to see your first class in the next division, Class 11, Senior Heifer Calves, born November 1st to December 31st, 2020. Congratulations, reserve in that division, going to back number 40355, exhibited by Hannah Taylor of Tennyson, Indiana. Now we'll see Class 14 Winter Yearling Heifers.
Here on the purebred side, I'm sorry, I just thought we were going in the same order we did in the bull show, and I thought we were doing balancers and we're doing purebred, so I apologize for that. But on this purebred side, just a single entry here, a heifer that can withstand some competition. Again, she's very feminine as you view her from a profile here. She's got good body shape and dimension. She's strong down her top. Maybe not quite a stout bone for a heifer of this age compared to some of the division winners we've had prior to her, but it'll be interesting to see her come out here with some competition.
Well, congratulations in Class 11. First place goes to back number 6044, exhibited by Molly Anderson of Marion, North Carolina. Now coming in ring 2 will be Class 12 Senior Heifer Calves, born September 1st to October 31st. Attention to all of our exhibitors and spectators. If you have a vehicle that is parked on the west end of barn 9 or around the night pens, you do need to move it immediately. If you have a vehicle around the west end of barn 9 or the night pens, you do need to move it immediately. Thank you so much.
Fall right in here. This female that we're going to start off this Gelvey class with, I really like this female. Just so elegant when you view her in a profile, so well balanced. She has a tremendous amount of rib shape and dimension to her that she just puts everything together in a very nice package. She's really good down her top, square out her hip, so maternal looking up front, sound as she goes about the ring, just an extremely complete female. Young lady, your black heifer second right here. The next heifer in line will be this other black heifer. Like the extreme length, and again, like how maternal she is up front. I like how feminine she is. She's a bigger bone kind of female. Not near the capacity and balance when you get her on a profile. Not quite the maternal look of the female that's going to win the class. But a nice quality female for this young lady. The red heifer that comes in next line, bigger bodied kind of female. But a female to me gets heavier in that chest, so she loses some of that balance. As we put her in motion, I just want her to travel a little freer and easier today to be able to get her higher in any higher in class. She wants to get up in her top a little bit. Just doesn't move with the athletic ability of the two heifers in front of her today. here in the Gelvey ring for this senior calf division. I just had them pull straight out with a few that are out here. These are all really nice females. The heifer that won the first class was in an individual class, extremely long-sided, feminine enough through her front end, maybe a little heavier chested, not quite as much balance as she doesn't have the flank in her that the heifer that won the class right behind her has, not quite the bone, but a feminine broody female for this gentleman. The heifer that won the second class, just so balanced and complete, so sound on the move, so broody and feminine through her front end, laid in, and her shoulder opens up into that heart and her forerib when you come out of that shoulder. Tremendous rib shape in her, just really kind of dominates the division. She will be your division winner, and I'm going to go ahead and keep the pair together. The young lady that was second in class here to the division winner, just a bigger bone female with a little more body in her, a little more stoutness in her, a little more power in her when you view her out from behind. A nice division with a really nice division winner.
Well, congratulations over in your red Angus ring. We have the results of Class 14. Your champion senior female was back number 40369, 5RR plush 182G, exhibited by Maddie Jenkins of Athens, Texas. Second place in reserve division went to back number 40365, exhibited by James Tripp of Narden, Oklahoma. Third place, exhibited by Alyssa Worthington. And fourth place was exhibited by Dade DeLozier. We're now going to bring in Class 16 2-year-old cow-calf pairs. Back over in the Galvey ring, we have the results of your Division 4 senior heifer calf champion. Went to back number 6046, exhibited by Carly Rumfelt, Phillipsburg, Missouri. And reserve champion went to back number 6048, Evelyn Gelbreth of Oronogo, Missouri. We're now going to bring in Class 14 intermediate heifers, born May 1st through August 31st, 2020. Currently in Ring 1, we are selecting your grand champion cow-calf. Class 16 first place went to Maddie Jenkins, and Class 17 first place went to Rhett Tripp.
here in the Gelvey ring. We're going to start with a female. Puts a lot of things together very nicely for me when you get on her profile. Sure, very feminine through that front end, very clean in that neck, up-headed, really nice head on this female. Big old body in this female, really big barrel to the center of this female. She carries that depth into both ends, square enough out across her top with enough bone and foot under. Just puts together everything in a nicer package than the two females behind her right now. So that'll be your class winner. Black female, again, a big old bodied female with a very rugged in her bone and foot, travels sound and free, easy enough. As you get her on her profile, maybe doesn't quite have the head on her that the one right in front of her does. Maybe gets just a little plainer in that head, a little deeper in that chest, which starts throwing off her balance a little bit. But a really nice female for this young lady. Red female that comes in next, again, doesn't have quite the capacity from front to rear of the two and right in front of her. Again, a bigger bone kind of female with some product in her when you get out behind her as you view her down her top. She's a heifer pushing a little extra condition. That maybe shows when you get her in motion.
Well, at this time over here in Ring 1, we're going to bring in all of your division champion and reserves, so we can select a grand and reserve grand champion Red Angus female here at the Cattlemen's Congress. We are going to bring our reserve champion division winners in first. Well, at this time, we're going to introduce to you all of our reserve division winners here in your National Red Angus Female Show. Coming in out of your first division, reserve champion, back number 40120, MHG Barcelona 107J, exhibited by Morley Griffith of Shawnee, Oklahoma. Coming in out of your next division, reserve champion, back number 40195, Duff Dixie Erica 19862137, exhibited by Kendall Sadler of Perkins, Oklahoma. Your next reserve division, who's reserve in this division? The fall.
here in the Gelvey side quick. I'm going to start off. This is a give and take class for me. This female that I'm going to start off with, I really prefer this female on the move. Her head and chest get a little out there for me. I'd like to see her just a little more refined, a little more maternal looking. But from the point of that shoulder back, I really prefer this female, especially when you get them in motion. She's big-bodied, she's balanced, she's big-footed, she's good bone. There's plenty of product behind. Like the shape and dimension to her rib. I just would like to tone down her head a little bit, take some chest out of her to give her just a little more maternal look. Young man's heifer right here gives you that little more maternal look. Prefer the head and neck on this female. Still has some chest in her. Big old barrel in this female, a lot of body in her, but when you get her in motion, she's just too rigid on her top, wants to break on each end of that loin, just doesn't travel as free and easy off either end as the female that's going to win the class. She's just a little straighter fronted. Nice pair of females, a lot of differences in those two.
Back over on your Red Angus side, reserve coming out of your fall heifer calf division. Reserve champion went to back number 40281 KZG Harlow. H807 exhibited by Zachary Griffith, Marietta, Oklahoma. Reserve champion in the following division was Miss J. Key Martha Devine, H501, exhibited by Hunter Jones of Moundsville, Missouri. Your next reserve division, coming out of our senior intermediate heifer division, reserve champion went to TCLE 63H, exhibited by J.C. Stutzman of Milford, Nebraska. Reserve junior heifer coming to you out of class 13, back number 40355, KJHT Rich Girl 0021, exhibited by Hannah Taylor of Tennyson, Indiana. Reserve senior female was back number 40365, DDAD Olivia, exhibited by James Tripp, Nardin, Oklahoma. And your reserve champion cow calf was exhibited by Rhett Tripp, Nardin, Oklahoma, with DDAD Blockana Pride. Now entering ring one, we have all of your champion divisions in our National Red Angus show. Coming out of your spring heifer calf division, champion was back number 40170, LCC Sita Catalina 001, exhibited by Sydney Sanders of Leesburg, Ohio. Coming out of your junior heifer calf division, champion was exhibited by Luke Borkland, Henning, Minnesota, with BJF Sita 1049J. Champion in the following division was TW Candace 062H, exhibited by Arden Kildo of Bellevue, North Carolina. Coming in out of your intermediate heifer division, champion went to DKBF Priscilla 415H, exhibited by Baxter Aiden Blair of McLean, Saskatchewan. Your champion senior intermediate heifer went to Miss Prom Date 058H, exhibited by Hadley Hartman, Tecumseh, Nebraska. Champion junior heifer, HH Drama Queen 0151, exhibited by Shayla Sankic of Magnolia, Ohio. Champion senior female, Maddie Jenkins, Athens, Texas, with 5RR plush 182G. And your champion cow-calf pair, Red Northline KF Promise, Maddie Jenkins, Athens, Texas. For those of you sitting ringside, please join me in putting your hands together for all our Red Angus exhibitors here at the National Red Angus Female Show, Cattlemen's Congress. At this time, over here in your Red Angus ring, while our judge, Mr. Randy Mullinex, is evaluating his division champion reserves, we'd like to introduce to you your Red Angus Herdsman of the Year. Ben Ladone. Ben Ladone, West Hope, North Dakota, was selected the 2022 Red Angus Herdsman of the Year at the National Red Angus Open Show during the Cattlemen's Congress in Oklahoma City. Ladone was very involved in his family's ranch early on in his life. As a teenager, he took his younger siblings to livestock shows around the country and invested many hours studying cattle and herd sires that would improve his family's operation. He attended North Dakota State University in Fargo, North Dakota, where he was active in the saddle and sirloin and won overall showman in the Little Eye. After graduation, he returned to the L83 Ranch Ladone Cattle Company, where he was founded by Ben's grandparents, Leonard and Betty, and eventually became herdsman and manager. L83 Ranch holds an annual production sale and has produced and shown numerous state and national champions. For those of you sitting ringside, please join me in congratulating Mr. Ben Ladone as Red Angus Herdsman of the Year. Also at this time at the Red Angus Show, we'd like to introduce your premier breeder, TC Reds, Ringgold, Wisconsin. And your premier exhibitor, Mr. Brett Pembroke, Fairview, Oklahoma. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
No, young lady. Here on the Gelvey side, we're going to start with this gentleman's young heifer up here. Really athletic female, extremely broody, extremely feminine on her profile. Love her when you put her in motion, how with the freeness that she travels with. The big body in this female really laid in at the point of her shoulder, laid in at that blade, carries it back to a very expanded heart and forerib with tremendous rib shape in her. She's a larger frame kind of female, really good outer hip. Just so maternal looking, so broody, so much longevity in this female when you view her on a profile. Really nice female. I think we got a really nice female coming in second, too. Love the body shape and dimension. Heifer that already appears to be starting to make a little bit of udder. Again, very feminine and broody as you view her from a profile. Not quite as feminine through that head and neck as the heifer that's going to lead off the class, but still very broody and feminine in her own right with great balance, really square out her hip. Just a lot of goodness. Female very sound as she travels about the ring. Again, a lot of longevity look there. Gentlemen's heifer that come in next in line like this one a lot too. Just fell into one of the tougher classes today as far as having two top quality heifers at the top. But again, a very broody feminine female with a lot of athleticism as you watch her go about the ring longer sided. Maybe not quite the barrel in the center of the rib as the two right in front of her. Maybe not quite as much in the rear third of the rib cage as those two right in front of her, but really a high quality female coming in third here. Gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, a more moderate female pushing a little heavy condition, but again, a big body in this female that's fairly athletic as she goes around the ring, especially being this athletic for as much condition as she's carrying. That can go away, fat can go away, so I won't take that away as far as putting her down any farther, but if she had a little less condition, she might travel a little freer and easier than the ones to catch up with the ones right in front of her, but a very athletic, very feminine, broody female. Young lady's black heifer comes in next in line. Big old stout female, biggest bone female in the class, largest frame female in the class. Doesn't travel free and easy enough to get her any higher in the class today when you set her in motion.
Currently over in Ring 2, we are now bringing in all of your champion and reserves out of our divisions here in your Purebred Galvey show. Well, congratulations. Your grand champion heifer here at the National Red Angus Show goes to back number 40348. HH Drama Queen 0151, Shayla Sankic, Magnolia, Ohio. And your reserve champion here at the National Red Angus Show goes to back number 40170, LCC seeded Catalina 001, Sydney Sanders, Leesburg, Ohio. Once again, congratulations to all of our Red Angus exhibitors. A special thank you to our judge today, Mr. Randy Mullenix, Toulon, Illinois. We will now be doing group classes as well over here in the Red Angus ring. We will now do group classes over here in the Red Angus ring.
Okay, let's give these Gelvey exhibitors a nice round of applause. I'm really proud of this championship lineup out here. I hope as you view these females, you can kind of see the type and kind I'm looking for. I think all these females have a maternal look to them. I think they're all sound as they go about the ring. I think they just have a lot to offer to the breed and the industry going forward as cows and females for these people. You know, there's sure going to be some differences. Some of the divisions only had a few head in them, so even though those are still high-quality females, it might be harder just to make them fit in exactly. I'll run through them quick here. This black heifer calf that won the first division, I think is outstanding. She is in competition in this thing to try to get a piece of this. There's just so much balance and so much quality from a structure standpoint in this female. She's still very maternal. She's still youthful looking. She's not overdone in maturity. She's a heifer that she has plenty of size and power built in her for her age, but she's still youthful in her appearance, but has that feminine look and the structure we look for in one. You won't be going out on a limb, I think, making this female be part of this in the end because there is so much quality there. The red female that won the second class, so maternal looking when you get her on a profile here. So good down her top, so much shape and dimension to her rib, again, without being overdone. Is she quite as extended and clean as a couple of the other females up front? Maybe not quite as much, but there's still plenty of maternal look to this female. When you get her in motion, she sure travels free and easy enough. She might not be just quite as free and limber as some of the other females, but sure, a high-quality female that's in consideration. The black female that won the senior calf division, I love this look of this female when you get her on profile. I love how maternal she is. I like the slope to her shoulder and how well she's laid in at the point of that shoulder, the blade of this female, how good she is when you get out behind her down her top, how her rib cage comes right out of the top of her spine with a lot of spring and shape to it. I think that's important in these females as we go along. We're getting a lot more church top females in some of these cattle as we view them in the show ring, and we need to remember they need to have that upper rib cage and spring to them. I think she has a lot of that. Again, a high quality one that's definitely in consideration. Gentleman's red heifer that won the next division, a big bodied female, is very feminine when you get her on a profile here, one of the larger frame females out here. Not disappointing at all when you get behind her. When you get her in motion, she probably gets up in her top a little bit, throws her pins to the ground. Probably would like to see her just a touch more athletic compared to some of the other heifers out here when you get them moving around here. Young lady's heifer that won the next division, you know, this is a female from the point of her shoulder back. I just loved her soundness, her bone size, her foot size. There's plenty of this female when you stand out behind her and view her from a three-quarter angle. Is she as broody and feminine as some of the other females? Probably not. She's a little bigger headed than I'd like to see. I'd like to tone down that head. It's just a little plain. She's definitely the heaviest chested female out here. I'd like to change that in her, but you can't take away from the quality of from a bone and foot structure standpoint, the way she travels the ring and the rib shape in her. Gentleman's heifer that won this next division, really like, again, this is an extremely feminine female. She's really good in her condition. She's not overdone at all. She's still fresh. She travels free and easy. There's still plenty of her. She just puts a lot of quality into it. Is she quite as feminine maybe as a couple of the heifers up on the other end? Maybe not, but there's still so much power in this female from one that's still green in her condition with so much rib shape. A lot of goodness. Female definitely in consideration. The cow-calf pair that won the cow-calf division. Love the udder on this female, really attached well, plenty of milk in this female. Very modern female. I mean, as you view down the line here, it's hard to envision most of these heifers as not being a little more cow when they grow up and become a cow. But the quality and the build of this female with a nice heifer calf she's raising sure says a lot for this this gentleman. Will go on and be a productive, good cow for this female, or for this gentleman. As we go on here, this comes down to 2 or 3 heifers out here for me. I do have in mind what I think I want to do here. But with that said, let's give them a nice round of applause, and I'll go out here and select you your national champion female.
Congratulations, your grand champion, Galvey female here at the Cattlemen's Congress, Lady Cassandra, exhibited by Carly Rumfeld, Phillipsburg, Missouri. And congratulations, your reserve grand champion, Gelvey female. Goes to back number 6010, Pocahontas 142J, exhibited by Ellie Bowman, Lewis, Kansas. Congratulations to our Gelvey exhibitors. Thank you to our judge, Mr. Bruce Sturzbach. We are going to go right into our balancer female show here in just a few moments in Arena 2. Well, looks like we are ready to get started with your Balancer Female Show. We'll be getting started with Class 21 2-year-old cow-calf pairs. There will be 2 entries in this class.
Just a single entry here in the Balancer Cow Calf Show, but this is a female that's probably going to withstand a lot of competition when it comes back out here. I really like this female. Beautiful udder, beautiful attachment, really nice teat size, a very balanced female, still very feminine, broody with a great look, plenty of rib shape and dimension, has a really nice heifer calf at her side. Really just a very complete heifer calf. Really a good pair. It'll be interesting to see them back out here when the competition comes back out for them, but really a nice pair to start off with.
Well, congratulations. First place and champion 2-year-old cow-calf will go to back number 6197, exhibited by Kyson Teal, Custody, Oklahoma. We'll now bring in Class 23, aged cow.
Just a single entry again here in the Balancer Show. Really a nice feminine female up front here, this cow. Sure, she's found enough as she goes about the ring. Not a lot of bells and whistles with this one, just a working kind of cow, has plenty of milk. Got her, the udder maybe has a little bit of extra division for me that I'd like to take away from it. Doing a nice job raising her bull calf, a nice pair for these gentlemen.
Well, congratulations. Your champion aged cow goes to back number 6198, exhibited by Joseph Tollett. We'll now bring in both cow-calf pairs and select the champion and reserve champion balancer.
Here in the Balancer Show, two single entry classes, two very nice pair of females here. Up front, you got a female, a really outstanding female, so sound as she goes about the ring with such a beautiful udder under. Love the way this udder attaches, teat size, the build of this udder, the spread of it's just fabulous. She's got a really nice heifer calf at her side. Just puts a lot of things together really nice. Really like the pair. The pair that won the second class. A girl this morning, her working clothes here. Not quite as many bells and whistles, but still a very feminine female doing a nice job with her bull calf. But for me today, this pair that won the first class will be your champion cow calf with a really nice pair of balancer females. And then the pair in the back will be your reserve. Thank you.
Well, congratulations. Your champion balancer cow calf goes to back number 6197, Empress 908 GET, exhibited by Kyson Teal, Costady, Oklahoma, and reserve champion Joseph Tollett. We'll now bring in Class 26 spring heifer calves born May 1st through June 30th, 2021.
Here in the balancer show, the first or the heifer class here, we're going to start with the calf that was on the cow side that won the cow calf show. Just so complete when she's standing still, so much expansion in the lower third of the body. She's good in her chest and carries that back into her foreflank. A lot of width there, a lot of width into that rear flank. Good body shape and dimension. She's square made. There's a lot of heifer here, but it's still a really high quality female. When this young lady gets her put together, just gives you such a good picture of a broody, very feminine female with a lot of rib cage. When you get her in motion, is she quite as flexible as the heifer in second? Maybe the heifer in second's a little more flexible, but this is just a heifer that puts a lot of things together. Very nice from a standpoint of standing still. The heifer that comes in next, maybe just a little more flexible off both ends than the heifer that won. Very balanced female. She's a female to me that when you get out behind her, gets a little coarser in her makeup from a three-quarter angle. A little more shoulder, a little tighter in her heart, gets a little more restricted in that heart when you view her from this three-quarter angle. Not quite as much dimension and shape in the lower third of this rib cage as the female that's going to start off, but still a very feminine, broody, balanced female. The gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, I like this one a lot from a quality standpoint, from a structural soundness standpoint. Just a heifer that's just given up some power to those in front of her. I think with time, when this heifer catches up, she might have as bright a future as any of them out here. But when you view her from front, a little narrow made in her chest, a little narrow in the bottom third of that rib cage, just doesn't have the width and base width and capacity of the heifers in front of her today, but a very structurally sound, eye-appealing female. Gentleman here has a really nice female. This is a group of 4 good females in this class, maybe as deep from top to bottom as any class we've seen today. A lot of rib shape in this female. A female, when you get her on a profile, she really has a big barrel to the center of her, but she cuts up hard into that flank, cuts up harder into that forerib, which shows a little more restriction than down low probably than I'd like to see in this female, but a big-bodied feminine female with a good hip in her. Really a good class top to bottom.
Well, congratulations. In Class 26, Spring Heifer Calves, first place will go to back number 6002, exhibited by Kyson Teal of Cost City, Oklahoma. Second place goes to back number 6067, Paxton Blublaw of Burton, Kansas. Third place went to back number 6068, Colton David Cox. And fourth place went to back number 6069, Cody Webb and Josh Nelson. Now we're going to bring in Class 27, Spring Heifer Calves born April 1st to April 30th.
Here in the balancer ring, really a good class of females, a really nice pair on top. But I'm going to start out with a female. I really like the athleticism of this female. Look how youthful looking she is. She's still got plenty of body, but she's still very immature, which I say that as a compliment. She's just very up-headed. She's very feminine through her front end. She's extremely sound as you put her in motion. I might like how well this heifer travels getting around as well as anything I've seen today so far. She's just a heifer that puts a lot of things together in a very complete feminine broody package, but yet is very athletic. I like the heifer extremely well. The gentleman's heifer that comes in next, I like a whole bunch too. Big barrel in this female, a female that when you get out behind her won't disappoint you at all. She's still very she's still very feminine and broody from a profile. She's sound as she goes. I don't think she's quite as fresh in her appearance. Maybe isn't quite as feminine as the heifer up front. But again, travels sound and easy with a big body. Just a lot to like in this female. I just think the other heifer in front goes together with a little more balance coming out of that chest into that forerib. But really a good pair of females. Young ladies heifer comes in next in line. Would have won a lot of classes today. Like the balance of this female, big rib cage in her. She's a female, plenty of bone and good foot size. She's square built out her hip and still maternal enough. When you get her on a profile, maybe a little thicker necked and deeper chested than the two right in front of her. Maybe just a little straighter in the slope of that shoulder as you view her here compared to the two right in front of her. But again, a really nice female that could have done a lot in a lot of other classes today. Young ladies heifer that comes in next in line. Same type of another heifer with a whole lot of quality in her and a lot of classes would have been the one to come to the top today, but just fell into a class with a lot of really good females. This again is a big-bodied female with some broodiness to her. As we put her in motion, I don't think that she puts down this hind leg with the authority of the heifers right in front of her. I'd like to see her put it down just a little more power to it as it hits the ground, but a really good female. Same with the gentleman's red heifer that comes in next in line, a big-bodied, well-made heifer. She's a little more rigid in her pasterns again and has a little trouble with the authority of that hind leg as you see her go here compared to the heifers in front of her today. But a really good group of heifers top to bottom with a really nice pair on top.
Well, congratulations. First place goes to back number 6080, exhibited by Huck Hansa of Lawton, Oklahoma. Second place, back number 6074, Avon Moon of Ellensburg, Washington. Third place, back number 6075, DTK Cattle Company. Fourth place, back number 6073. And fifth place, back number 6079. We'll now bring in Class 28 Spring Heifer Calves born March 10th to March 31st.
This class of heifers, I think we have two heifers that sort themselves to the top for me relatively handily. I'm going to start with a heifer that's just a little bit stouter from behind, a little bigger boned, a little bigger footed. Still has plenty of body shape and dimension when you get her in a profile. Travels free and easy enough with a feminine broody front end. Just a really nice, complete kind of female, the combination heifer in the class. Gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line. Again, the same type of heifer, I think, has that really feminine, maternal look when you get her in profile. Not quite as big boned or big footed as the heifer right in front of her. Not quite as much power packed on this heifer when you get her from a 3/4 angle, but still a very sound, feminine kind of female that logically fits in second for me. Heifer comes in next in line. I like the shape and dimension to the center of this heifer's rib, the muscle she has when you get out behind her. It's when you get her in motion here. She just wants to get up in that top. She's just a little too hard in the middle of that spine. I wish she was just a little more athletic going about the ring. Gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, I think a lot like the heifer right in front of her with not quite as much power, mass, or dimension to her. Again, as she goes about the ring here, I'd like to change in her top a little bit. She gets a little rigid in the center, a little more broken in the loin, but a big bone female that's with a big foot that's feminine enough with enough rib shape and dimension. Young lady's heifer that comes in next in line is, again, a female that has enough body, or a more moderate frame female, not near as feminine through that front end as some of the heifers right in front of her, but good bone and foot under this female, travels sound and easy enough. Logical place for her. Next heifer that comes in next in line for this young lady, female that's long-sided and feminine and square out her hip, but not near enough rib shape or dimension for this female. She just really needs to explode in the center of that rib to be able to get her higher day. Next heifer that comes in line, bigger body kind of female that's a little plainer in her head and neck, but as she goes about the ring, just needs to be sounder for me today to get her any higher. Thank you.
Well, congratulations in Class 28. First place will go to back number 6016. Exhibited by Lincoln Dean Martin of Buckland, Kansas. Second place will go to back number 6088, Black Gold Genetics. Third place, back number 6092, DTK Cattle Company. Fourth place, back number 6094, Carson Brooks. Fifth place, back number 6089, Toby McClure. And sixth place in that class, back number 6082. Seventh place, back number 6084. Now in the ring will be Class 29, Spring Heifer Calves, born March 1st to March 8th.
this class of heifers, we sure got some differences out here. We got some good quality out here, but there's sure some differences in type and kind. I'm going to start with the most powerful female. I still think she travels free and easy enough. Easily the biggest rib-shaped female. Is she pushing a little more condition than some of the other ones? Yeah, but I think if you even melted some of that condition off, this would still be the widest sprung, widest based, widest skeleton female. She travels free and easy enough. Is she quite as feminine as a couple of heifers behind her? No, I probably would like to see that go the other way, but then in these heifers, I'd like to see just a little more of them. The heifer that's in second, I think, is a little more feminine, broody package than the one right in front of her. But a heifer to me that still needs to be just a little more of her when you view her from that three-quarter angle. She's a little flatter in her rib cage. She's a little flatter from behind. She's a heifer that sure travels sound and free and easy enough. Like I said, it's a little more feminine, a little more maternal looking than the heifer right in front of her. But I'd like to see a little more power in this female. The same can be said for the next heifer. The next heifer is very athletic. She's very up-headed. She's laid in well at the blade of that shoulder. But she's just a little flatter in her makeup, a little narrower in her base as you view her from the front and rear here. I just need to see more power as far as width, skeleton width in this female. But this is a very athletic female. It's very green in her condition. You know, when she's fed up a little harder, it might show a little more of that base width and power I'd like to see in one to get her along a little farther. But that's a structurally sound, very feminine female. Maybe just needs a little more time. Red heifer that comes in next, a more massive kind of female. Again, another heifer pushing a little extra condition compared to the other ones in class. This heifer just needs to be more athletic when you put her on the go here. She's just too restricted on these two hind legs to be able to get her any higher today. Young lady's heifer comes in next in line, needs more of a rib cage than this female. She's a long-sided, long hip kind of heifer that travels free and easy enough, but she's a shorter neck kind of female. Takes away from her feminine and maternal look when you get her in a profile here.
Well, congratulations. First place goes back number 6101. Exhibited by Kyson Teal, Cost City, Oklahoma. Second place will go to back number 6095, exhibited by Carson Brooks of Bennett, Nebraska. Third place, back number 6103, exhibited by Courtney Spear. Fourth place goes to back number 6105, Owen Spencer. And fifth place will go to back number 6098, exhibited by Wilkinson Galvey Ranch. We are now going to bring your first and seconds in. We'll be selecting a Champion Reserve Spring heifer calf.
Give these exhibitors a nice round of applause for this set of balancer heifer calves. I think we got a really good group out here. I think you can see front to rear. They're a lot the same kind. They're not exactly the same. There's going to be some differences. The heifer that won the first class come off the side of the cow. I thought that was a very impressive pair. This is a really impressive female. She's got really good balance when you get her on the side here. She's laid in well at the point of that shoulder. She comes out of that blade into her forerib and heart, very expanded. She's a heifer to me when you get her in motion. She's sure sound enough, but she's probably a little more restricted on the go than some of the heifers right behind her. But there's a lot of balance, a lot of good in that heifer. Definitely in consideration. Young man's heifer that comes in behind there, like the youthful appearance of this female, big boned and big footed, really good body and balance on this female. It's very impressive when you get behind her. The thing about this female, she's very athletic when you put her in motion. I said in class, I would venture to guess from my standpoint, this is one of the soundest females I've seen today. Gentleman's heifer behind. Again, that extreme good balance in this female, but plenty of rib cage in this female. Sure feminine enough up front. When you get out behind this one, a little bit surprising just how much mass and power is in this female. Big topped, big hipped kind of heifer. She's a heifer to me. When you get her in motion, she's darn sure sound enough, but maybe not as sound as the heifer right in front of her as we make them go here. But really a complete long-sided, feminine, really eye-appealing heifer from a profile. Gentleman's heifer that won the last class, extremely powerful, probably the most powerful female in the class, big bone, big-footed, extremely deep-sided. She's a heifer when you get her out here with these other ones. A little coarse in her makeup, a little extra shoulder here, a little rounder in that shoulder, maybe a little more chest, a little plainer in that head, but that's a powerhouse kind of female. You sure appreciate the power out of that female. This is a really good group of heifers, but there's one heifer out there that hits me pretty hard. She hit me hard in class, and I like her extreme amount, and it's this young man's heifer that won the second class. She will win this division. I like this female extremely a lot.
Well, congratulations. Your champion will go to back number 6080, exhibited by Huck Hansa, Lawton, Oklahoma. Second place out of that class, exhibited by Avon Moon.
I hadn't done this a lot, talk about other ones when they come in, but I will comment on this heifer that came in from second in class to our division winner. Again, I like this one a whole bunch in class too. A really big-bodied female that's still very feminine and maternal looking when you get on her profile. Sure sound as she goes. I thought this heifer was really good. She fell into a class with a really tough one, and I'll be honest with you, for me, it comes down to these two heifers, the class winner from this first class and the second in class to our division winner. It's a close pair, but for today, I'm going to keep the two together that were in class together. This young man will be reserved.
And congratulations, your reserve division goes to back number 6074, T-Bar S Nala 1015J, exhibited by Avon Moon of Ellensburg, Washington. We will now go into your next division, Class 31, Winter Heifer Calves, born February 16th to February 28th.
here in the Gelvey Heifer Show. Really a nice pair of females on top, but a female for me that kind of excels the class. Is the largest framed heifer in the class, but still very youthful looking, big body. I love the center to this female, the shape and dimension when you get at a 3/4 angle, the way the heifer has is expanded in her chest floor and her forerib, the depth and width she has in her rear flank, the overall maternal look she gives you. Where she really wins the class though is when you put her on the move. I believe this is the soundest female in the class. That's going to let her win. I really like the female here in second. Very balanced when you get her in a profile. Sure, maternal enough through her front end. Not quite as extended as the heifer out front. When you put him in motion, I think just comparing the two heifers, she's a little more restricted off the rear too than the heifer. It's going to win the class. But a nice pair of heifers to lead off the class with. Young lady's heifer that comes next in line, a stouter made kind of heifer with a good rib cage in her. When you get her in motion here, though, she's a little pinched in that loin and restricted on those rear two to be able to get above either one of the two in front of her right now. Next heifer comes in line, big-bodied, stout female with some muscle in her. She's a big-footed kind of female, but she gets coarser in her makeup. She's open in that upper shoulder, tighter in her heart, little plainer in her head to be able to move her up any higher today. Next heifer that comes in line has plenty of muscle in her, maybe a little more rounder in her muscle, but she's a female that gets here on from a soundness standpoint, but she's a more moderate female with not the power of the females in front of her. As we get on down the line, just some structure issues with these females to get them any higher in class today.
Well, congratulations. In Class 31, we have the results. First place goes to back number 6109, TR Empress 111 JET, exhibited by Kyson Teal, Call City, Oklahoma. Second place goes to back number 6115, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer. Third place will go to back number 6113, DTK Cattle Company. Fourth place, exhibited by back number 6114, Wilkinson Galvey Ranch. Fifth place, go to back number 6111, Pro Heart Seed Stock. Sixth place went to back number 6108. Back number 6108 was exhibited by Tegan Butterfield. Seventh place went to back number 6118, exhibited by Brooke Cooper. And eighth place went to back number 6107, exhibited by Riley Galvey and Balancers, St. Francis, Kansas. Next in will be Class 32. Winter heifer calves born February 1st to February 15th.
Here in this class of balancer females. I'm going to start out with two heifers I like a bunch. And I'll be honest with you, these heifers are both greener in their condition, and those are the differences we're going to have from class to class. But I like the structure of both of these females. I really like the structure, the feminine, the broody characteristics, the maternal characteristics of this female up front, and she's really sound as she goes about the ring. She's green in her condition. I honestly am a person that believes you don't want to get them too fat, but this heifer with a little more feed will just keep coming on and turning into something. A lot of good in this female. Just like the way she's laid at the blade of her shoulder. She's expanded enough in her heart for a green one. She travels free and easy, so athletic off both ends. She's good out her hip. A lot of good in that female. Young man's heifer comes in next in line, same type. Not quite as big boned or big footed. Still very green in her condition. When you get up on her from behind, all the parts are there and they're right. They're just not expanded yet. Again, a very green heifer, but again, an athletic, balanced heifer with a lot of future in her, with a little more feed in her. Just explodes a little more. Really a nice pair of athletic heifers on top. Used probably with the one I consider a little stouter to win the class. Gentleman's red heifer that comes in next. Really nice necked heifer. Come on, bring her out, young man. Really a nice necked female, long-sided female with enough rib cage in her, in the center of it. Maybe gets up a little harder in her flank. Maybe when you get her in motion, I'd like to make her just as free and easy as the two right in front of her. A little more power in this female, a little more feed in her than the two up front. But there's a little more power in her. She just doesn't handle that hind leg with the authority of the two heifers in front of her do. So I just like to make her a little freer and easier off these rear two to get her any higher in class today. Gentleman's black heifer that comes in next. I love the depth of this female and the squareness out her hip. She's still broody fronted and extended up front, big boned. But again, when you get her in motion, I just want her to see her put this hind leg down with a little more authority and power to be able to move her up any higher today. She's just a little more rigid on her pasture and just a little more awkward as she puts them on the ground than some of the females in front of her. Young lady's heifer comes in next in line. Same type as the ones in front of her with the big body and the square hip. Not quite as heavy boned or heavy footed as the heifer right in front of her. Not quite as extended up front. But a very youthful looking feminine female for this young lady. Should have a bright future. Young man's heifer that comes in next in line. A little bigger boned heifer than the heifer right in front of her with a lot of body in her. Again, when we get her in motion, I just got to change how she handles those hind two to get her any higher today. As we go down the line, heifers to me that just need some structure changes to get them any higher in class today.
Congratulations in Class 32. First place goes to back number 6126, MDR 105 Janie, exhibited by Ellie Bowman of Lewis, Kansas. Second place goes to back number 6119, exhibited by Carly Rumfelt of Phillipsburg, Missouri. Third place went to back number 6121, exhibited by Hunter Blakely of Oologah, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to back number 6123, Steinkruger Farms of Upland, Nebraska. Fifth place went to back number 6127, exhibited by Cameron N. Nowak of Bland, Missouri. Sixth place, back number 6129, Landon Harmon. Seventh place, back number 6120. Eighth, 6128. Ninth, 6130. 10th in that class, 6122. Now in the ring, we'll bring in Class 33 winter heifer calves born January 1st to January 31st, 2021.
Just three in this class of females. Really easy class winner for me in this class. Alongside it, long hip, long fronted kind of female. Really good extension all the way throughout this heifer. She's a heifer that's sound enough as she goes about the ring, shows enough shape and dimension to her rib, travels free and easy enough. Just a heifer that sorts herself to the top of this class relatively handily. The young lady's heifer that comes in next in line, I like, again, from a lot of things we've been looking for today from a balance standpoint. Still clean up through her front end. Not as much performance in this female as we've seen in some of the classes, and for her age, might want to see a little more heifer here, but a bigger bone, bigger footed heifer that travels good enough for this young lady. Gentleman's heifer comes in next in line. Same thing as I said about the heifer right in front of her. For their age, there's not probably quite as much heifer here as I'd like to see. I'd like to see just a little more performance for January heifers at this time and stage of their life.
Well, congratulations in Class 33. First place went to back number 6135, Casey Brown, Dwight, Kansas. Second place, back number 6133, Lindy Joe McClure. And back number 6131 will be third place, Barrett Martin. We'll now be selecting your champion reserve winter heifer calves.
Here in this Gelvey division, got three nice class winners out here. All six of these heifers standing out here, really nice females. Little differences and stuff in those females, but still a good quality set top to bottom. The heifer that won the first class, really just very eye appealing when you get on a profile. A female that's not overly mature. She's a good size female, but she still shows a maturity level that I can respect at that age. She's a heifer that is really good in her front end as far as her shoulder laid in. She's strong coming out of that blade into her forerib and in her heart. She's a heifer that's nice in her head and balanced as you get on her profile. She's really deep and soggy in the center of her rib. When you get her at a three-quarter angle, a lot of spring to it. She's adequate in bone. She's not huge bone, but she's sure got enough for a female. Keeps her really maternal looking. When you get out behind this heifer, you're really kind of surprised. Big topped, big hipped. Probably actually one of the widest based, biggest top, biggest hipped females out here. The heifer that won the second class, so, you know, I said I liked how athletic this female was. She's a heifer that has enough rib shape and dimension. This is probably one of the greener, skinnier heifers we've had today be able to win a class. With that said, she's just so athletic and so well put together. When you get behind her, is she as impressive as some of these other heifers out here? Maybe not. I mean, she needs fed a little harder to maybe show just a little more of expression of base width and skeletal width and muscle in her, just to get a little more oomph in her. But she is very green in her appearance. But this is an extremely feminine, broody, athletic female that won that second class. The heifer that won the last class, so I thought handled that class with ease, a longer-sided kind of female, big outer hip, square outer hip. She's got an adequate amount of bone in her. When you get her out here with some of these other ones, probably a little heavier in her chest. And when we put her in motion, I don't think she's probably quite as sound as the two heifers right in front of her. She sure sounded enough and was an easy class winner, but I'd probably like to make her a little more free or easier and athletic to get her any higher in this division today. With that said, I'll go pick your champion heifer, and then we'll take a look for a reserve.
Congratulations, your champion winter heifer calf exhibited by Kyson Teal, Cost City, Oklahoma with TR Empress 111 JET. Second place out of that class exhibited by Braylon Schaefer.
For reserve in this division, it's going to come down to this class winner from the second class and the second in class to our division winner. You know, for me, these are two heifers that got a lot of quality in them, but there are some differences in them. I think there's a little more oomph in this first heifer, especially from a rib standpoint. The depth of rib coming out of her chest into her forerib and the way she carries that back into her rear flank, just a little more woofiness, a little more sogginess to this female. The heifer in the back's probably just, or in the second class is probably just a little more athletic on her hind legs as you put her in motion, but she's greener without as much oomph to her. So for me, this is a close pair. I just got to decide what I want to do here. I actually haven't yet. I'll put down the mic, but this is going to be the two it's between, and then I'll go out here and slap your reserve. Thank you.
And congratulations, reserve in that division. We'll go to back number 6115, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now look for Class 35 senior heifer calves born December 1st to December 31st.
This class of heifers, we're going to start with the heifer, maybe a little more swoop to her belly, a little more expansion in the middle of that rib, good shape and dimension to it when you get out here on the three-quarter angle. Heifer that's sure feminine and broody and maternal looking through her front end. Where she really gets it, you put her in motion. I think she's just truer how she puts all four legs down as she goes about the ring. I think you really see it when they're standing still. Very balanced feminine heifer for this young lady back here. Heifer that's not quite as expanded in the middle of that rib as the heifer right in front of her. And then I think when she's standing here, she just doesn't put all four legs down quite with the squareness and as true as the heifer that's going to win the class. But a nice pair of heifers.
Well, congratulations in Class 35 Senior Heifer Calves. First place goes to back number 6137, exhibited by Cody Brown of Dwight, Kansas. And second place goes to back number 6136, Lucky Cross Ranch, Atwood, Kansas. We'll now bring in Class 36 Senior Heifer Calves born November 1st to November 30th.
Here in this class of fall heifers, we're going to start with a heifer that I really love the makeup of this heifer, how balanced she is, how sound she is, how feminine she is. She's really laid in good at the point of her shoulder. She carries that blade tight in back into an expanded chest. She's not near as fat as the two heifers behind her. There's enough of this heifer, again, a greener heifer, but this allows this heifer to be extremely athletic compared to the two walking behind her. Just a feminine, broody, very complete kind of female. Probably doesn't give you a wow factor when you're standing behind her, but there's sure enough of her. And there's plenty of wow when you get her on the profile. The heifer right behind her, a bigger bone kind of female with more to her from behind, but a heifer pushing a little extra condition. I think when you get her in motion, she still moves her legs and stuff good. She gets a little more rigid in her top. She's a heifer to me that just seems a little wastier in her chest, but a nice female that's sound enough as she goes about the ring. I just wish she would relax her top a little bit as she goes in motion here. The red heifer I moved down in class, again, same type of thing, a really big body, big bone, sound kind of female. A heifer pushing a lot of extra condition for her age, and it shows on her front end when she goes a little bit. It shows down her top when she goes. If you lean this one up a little more, she might just be a little more attractive from this three-quarter angle when she's moving. Gentleman's red heifer that comes in next in line, a very balanced, complete, nice profiling kind of heifer, but a heifer that needs to put down that hind leg with more authority to get her above any of the ones above her in class today. Young lady's a black heifer that comes next in line, same type of deal. Good body in this female, a female that gives you a good enough look from a profile, just has to travel with more authority off that hind leg when you put her in motion. Two heifers that bring up the rear here, they're just heifers that are just a little coarser in their makeup. They just need to change some things structurally to get them any higher today.
Well, congratulations in Class 36. Results first place go to back number 61, 41, Dirty D, 65, H1ET, exhibited by Cody Clary of Saluda, South Carolina. Second place went to back number 61, 42, FGRG Lovely Lady May, exhibited by JC Forbes. Third place goes to back number 6143, exhibited by Warner Beef Genetics. Fourth place will go to back number 6145, exhibited by Huck Hansa. Fifth place, back number 6139, exhibited by Molly Anderson. Sixth place, back number 6141, Race Abney. And seventh place, back number 6146, exhibited by Cole Youngblood. Now entering the ring, we will look for Class 37, Senior Heifer Calves, born October 1st to October 31st.
here in this class of females. We're going to start with a little more moderate female, but a female that has the most structural integrity of the group of three of them. Really love the balance from that shoulder back. Love how good she is down her top. She's really full when you get behind her as far as her rib cage really comes high out of her spine. It's really expanded there. She has plenty of center rib cage. When you put her in motion, I think this is the soundest of the three heifers. Would I like to extend her maybe a little up front? Yeah, she's nice and clean neck. She's probably not the longest necked one in the class, but she's still feminine and broody enough with some balance in her that and just puts a lot of things structurally together very well. Gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, a bigger made kind of heifer, a little more shape and dimension in the center of this rib, but a heifer that starts giving up some maternal look. She gets a little bigger and plainer headed. Then I'd like to see a little deeper neck, and then she wants to rotate in this shoulder pretty bad when you get her in motion. Comes up out of her top. She just rolls that shoulder, maybe just a little extra shoulder there. But I do like the soundness of the female, and I like the body in this female. Young lady's heifer comes in next in line, the largest framed heifer, extended up front. Heifer that's got a long hip in her. A heifer there's just not as much up from a rib standpoint. When you get her in motion here, I'd probably like to see her put down that hind leg with a little more authority. But a good group of three heifers with a nice class winner.
Well, congratulations. First place, back number 6148, exhibited by Cal Cook, Lindsay, Oklahoma. Second place, back number 6149, Cole Youngblood of Columbus, Kansas. And third place, back number 6151, also Cole Youngblood of Columbus, Kansas. We'll now bring in Class 38 senior heifer calves born September 1st to September 30th.
This class of senior calves, we're going to start with a very balanced female, very appealing up through her front end. She's good down her top and hip. She's a female to me when you put her in motion, probably doesn't travel quite off her front end like I'd like to see her. But I think there's just a lot of balance. I think she's more expanded in her heart right behind that shoulder. She's a little more feminine through that front end. The heifer's going to come in second. I really appreciate from a cow standpoint. Again, a heifer to me that I'd like to change how she travels off her front wheels. This is a heifer to me. I love the depth. I love the look she gets you. I like how she handles her hind legs. Would mind seeing them a little more reach to them, but she still handles them well. But she gets more restricted in that forerib right behind her shoulder there, and I just like to change her there, expand her out like our class winner. A good pair of heifers to start the class. Both of them I'd probably like to see travel a little better off their front ends. The red heifer that comes in next in line, not the body of the two right in front of her, a little rounder in her hip, but a long-sided kind of female that travels free and easy enough, extended enough through her front end. I think this is a logical place for her. Gentleman's black heifer comes in next in line. Very feminine necked female, very feminine headed female, but a female when you put her in motion. She gets rolled up in this top. She's not very authoritative on those rear legs, and she's a little tight from hooks to pins when you view her from behind. Young lady's black heifer comes in next in line, a longer sided kind of female with enough rib in her, but again, just need to change the way she travels off her rear two legs to get her any higher today. Same with the young lady's red heifer that comes next in line. Just some structure issues here to get her any higher today in class.
Congratulations. In Class 38 Senior Heifer Calves, first place, back number 6153, exhibited by Cody Clary of Saluda, South Carolina. Second place, back number 6155, exhibited by Aiden Rabb of Markle, Indiana. Third place, back number 6154, Cody Heath of Yukon, Oklahoma. Fourth place, back number 6158, exhibited by TJB Galveys. Fifth place, back number 6157, Molly Anderson. And sixth place, back number 6156. We are now going to bring in all of your first and seconds to select a champion reserve senior heifer calf.
Out here for division champion here in this senior calf division. The heifer that won the first class, I'm very eye appealing when you get her set up here on a profile. She's really clean and pretty fronted, really feminine looking through that front end. A nice rib cage in her when you view her from a profile here. The shape and dimension to that center rib. When you get her in motion, she probably doesn't travel as free and easy as she needs to compared to some of the other heifers out here. She wants to get her hind legs up underneath her a little bit, and they don't have quite the reach. She's a little more restricted in her movement as she goes about the ring. The gentleman's heifer that comes next in line doesn't have a ton of hair or nothing, but this heifer really, to me, this is one of the more probably the most athletic heifer standing out here. She's a long-sided feminine heifer. Love how balanced she is from a profile, how square she's built. She's good and round in that rib cage when you view her from a three-quarter angle in the middle of it, center of it. She's just so balanced, but her advantage to a lot of the heifers standing out here is just her athleticism. She's just a very complete female. She's greener in her condition, but there's still plenty of her when you get out behind her, and just love the overall structural integrity of this female. The gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, I like the structural integrity of this female. A more moderate, boxy female. I wish she was longer sided, a little longer hipped, a little more extended up front. But she, again, is very athletic and sound as she goes about the ring. She puts all four of those legs down good. She has a good rib cage design in her. She's very balanced. You get her here and square out her hip. I just would like to extend her a little more like the heifers on either side of her. The gentleman's heifer that won the last class, again, very, very nice up front, very clean and feminine looking. Heifer that's got a big barrel in her. She's big down her top. She's a heifer, again, when you get her in motion, I'd probably like to put some slope to this shoulder and change the way she gets off of her front end. She's just not as athletic, can't reach off her front end like a couple of the other heifers in the division can, but a very balanced, complete heifer. Takes a nice picture here from a profile. With that said, there's one heifer for me that kind of handles the division from a structure standpoint, and she will be your division winner. That'll be the heifer that come out of the second class here.
Congratulations, champion of that division goes to back number 6141, exhibited by Cody Clary, Saluda, South Carolina. Second place in that class was exhibited by J.C. Forbes.
The heifer that's going to come into our from second place in our division winners class. You know, I said in class, she's very similar to the heifer that won. Maybe not quite as feminine up front. She's got a little more chest in her, a little bit more dewlap under her, but this is a very balanced, good top, good hipped heifer. She travels relatively free and easy, especially compared to the other ones within the division. She's a heifer I thought was pushing a little extra condition in class, so it changed how she got around in her top versus the heifer that ended up winning the division, and I would still probably say that. But from there down, when you really analyze the heifer, this is probably the second most sound heifer out here in the division for me. She's longer sided than the heifer that's right behind her. She's more extended up front. I am going to keep the pair together. She will be reserve in division. Thank you.
And congratulations, reserve division goes to back number 6142, FGRG Lovely Lady May, exhibited by J.C. Forbes. We are now ready to bring in your next class, Class 40, intermediate heifers born July 1st to August 31st.
here in this class of Gelvey females. We're going to start out with a very feminine fronted female alongside it, good down her hip. The bigger bone, bigger footed female that I think puts her hind leg down with more authority as you watch them go here about the ring. Both heifers could probably be a little better going as you put them in motion, but I think this is the better movement of the two heifers just on how she handles that hind leg, how she puts it down, how she stops on them. Really nice female here in second, very balanced, very expanded in her rib cage, sure feminine enough fronted and nice in her shoulder, but I think as you watch her go here, I wish she'd put that hind leg down with a little more authority. She doesn't have quite the bone and foot, and then she's just a little gingerly as she puts it down and she travels here.
Congratulations in Class 40, first place, back number 6160, exhibited by Casey Brown of Dwight, Kansas. And second place to back number 6159, exhibited by Jada Cook of Lindsay, Oklahoma. We'll now look for Class 41 intermediate heifers born May 1st to June 30th, 2020.
This class of balancer heifers, a really nice set of heifers, but one that comes to the top handily for me. Just does a lot of things really good. Again, just love the way this heifer's built when you get her on this standstill from a profile, excuse me. So massive in her middle, but still so balanced. I mean, she's so deep in the rear third of her rib cage. She's so deep in that foreflank as she carries it into her chest. She puts all 4 feet down really well. She's just so feminine and so broody, and just a lot of good things about this female. I think she's very impressive when you stand out behind her and look down the top. The width and the skeleton width and just the amount of capacity and spring down the top of this female. She does a lot of things very well, like the heifer can really well. The heifer that comes in next to her in line, really a nice female, long-sided, very feminine female. Just not the mass of the heifer that's going to go out in front of her. A heifer that can sure take some competition and really has a lot of quality in her. She's long-sided. She's very feminine fronted. She's sound as she goes. Just doesn't have near that capacity in the rear third of the rib cage. Doesn't have near the spring and spread to that forerib coming out of her shoulders, the heifer right in front of her, but really a high-quality female. Red heifer that comes in next in line, a long-sided, very square-hipped made kind of heifer. It's probably just a little up in her tail head for me. She's a big bone kind of female. Doesn't travel near as free and easy as the two right in front of her. Gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, big black female. She's a heifer that's really long-sided, has enough rib cage in her. But as you get her in motion here, she's just not as sound as she needs to be able to get in front of any of the ones in front of her today.
Congratulations in Class 41. First place goes to back number 6163, GHGF two-step, exhibited by Cody Clary, Saluda, South Carolina. Second place went to back number 6161, exhibited by Ellie Bowman, Lewis, Kansas. Third place, back number 6162, Carly Rumfeld, Phillipsburg, Missouri. And fourth place, back number 6164, Evelyn Gilbreth. We'll now bring in your first and seconds and select a champion reserve intermediate heifer.
Out here for your balancer division, really good division. Four nice heifers out here. The heifer that won the first class, in that class I said she was really feminine and clean and nice fronted. She's laid in good at the point of her shoulder. Got a nice amount of bone under her, travels free and easy enough. Probably not near as sound as the one right behind her. Not as much expansion in her rib, but a very good, balanced, complete kind of female. This female that wins the second class and did so handily, just so big-bodied and just so good in the balance. She's so big-bodied, but yet you don't look at her and think she's obnoxious in it when you get on a profile here. It just all blends so well into a really nice chest, a really feminine, maternal-fronted female that travels free and easy, and very impressive when you get out on the top of her. We got two really nice seconds. The heifer that was second in class to our class winner here in the second class, really nice long female, just kind of got overpowered by that. With it said, I'm going to keep those two together. This will be your division champion, and the heifer that was second during class will be reserved. Really nice champion female here.
Congratulations. Your champion intermediate heifer goes to back number 6163, GHGF two-step, exhibited by Cody Clary, Saluda, South Carolina. Reserve, exhibited by Ellie Bowman, Lewis, Kansas. Now in the ring, we'll look for Class 43 late spring yearling heifers born April 1st to April 30th.
Here in this class of Gelbvieh heifers, we're going to start here with the heifer that's in the first hole right here. Bigger ribbed kind of female. When this young man gets her parked and gets her pulled together, gives you a good look. Is she a little heavier chested? Yes, she is. Is she a heifer that travels free and easy enough? She travels free and easy enough. I'd like to give her more extension on those rear legs or more grab. I'd like to see her grab more dirt as she goes. But she's a big-bodied heifer that's, when they get to this age and this maturity level, you want to start seeing a lot more to them. So that's where this heifer is going to win the class. I think she travels free and easy enough. When this young man gets her parked right here, she gives you a good look, maybe a little extra chest. This heifer here probably reaches a little better off those hind two as she goes. But for her age and maturity level, I just wish there was more of this heifer. There has to be more from that navel back for a heifer this age for me. She just needs more, or I don't know if she needs more time or bred longer, just to expand in that rib cage just a little bit. She's a sound heifer. She's feminine enough fronted, but there's just got to be more of her for me to get her any higher today.
Congratulations in Class 43 late spring yearling heifers. First place, back number 6166, exhibited by Corbin Lowe of Winfield, Kansas. In second place, back number 6167, Addison Prim of Jasper, Missouri. We'll now bring in Class 44 late spring yearling heifers born March 1st to March 31st.
This class of females just got some give and take here between these two females. I'd probably like to put them together, and I'd have one I consider a little more idea. I'm going to start with the heifer that's just more impressive from a mass standpoint. Down her top, out her hooks and pins. There's just more width at her pins than the heifer that's going to come in right behind her. She's very balanced. When this young lady gets her pulled together, she looks really good here on her profile. She's bigger boned. She's bigger footed. I think soundness is kind of washed between the two. This heifer, I wish she was a little more maternal looking when I get her on her profile here. I wish she was a little more feminine headed. I wish she was a little longer necked. So for me, the part that becomes an issue with this heifer is from that forerib forward, I just wish there was a little more of a maternal look. But from there back, there's just so much mass and power. When you look down her top, she's very impressive. She's very impressive from behind. A really good female. So she's going to go ahead and be your class winner. I think I have the more maternal female in second here. I admit that. And I know I've talked that a lot today, but there's going to be give and take at any point when you go through this. This is a big ribbed heifer. I like how maternal and feminine she is through her front end. But she's a heifer when you view her out from behind. She's just not very powerful in her hip for a heifer this age. She's tighter pinned than the heifer right in front of her. She doesn't have the bone or foot size under her as the heifer right in front of her. Like I said, I'll grant she's a little more maternal fronted. That's like I said, it's a give and take. I wish she had a little more of the power built in this one when you view her from behind. I wish that one had a little more of the maternal from the front end. Right now in this class, how I see it today, I'm going to go with a more powerful built one from behind. But a nice pair of heifers, a lot of difference in those two heifers. The heifer that comes in next in line, again, a big-bodied female, a female that has enough shape and dimension to the center of that rib. When you get her on a profile, again, a heifer that's not near as maternal looking through her front end as the heifer right in front of her, but doesn't have any more power. The one that wasn't as maternal looking as the heifer right in front of her, but had all the power, got to win the class. If this one had more power, that could be the case with her, but she doesn't have any more power, and she's just not as maternal fronted. The young lady's red heifer that comes in next in line, big-bodied kind of female, a female that's maternal enough through her front end. She's got some muscle in her. When I get her in motion here, I just need to change how she handles herself off both ends and in her top a little bit as you set her in motion. Young man's heifer that comes next in line. Again, a female that as you get her in motion here, you'd sure like to change the authority she puts that hind leg down with. Just isn't quite as appealing through that front end from a maternal standpoint as the heifer's right in front of her, pushing a little extra condition. The heifer that comes in right behind her, just not enough of this heifer on this frame. Just like to see more mass in this female, especially in the rear third of that rib cage to get her any higher today.
Well, congratulations. First place goes to back number 6175, exhibited by Gentry Johnson. Second place in that class, back number 6178, Cody Clary. Third place will go to back number 6169, Wilkinson Gelvey Ranch. Fourth place, back number 6168, Brooke Cooper. Fifth place, back number 6177, Race Abney. And sixth place, back number 6180, Courtney Spear. We'll now bring in your first and seconds and select a champion reserve, late spring yearling heifer. Out in the street where the papa's are playing. How's the cowboy? I be the
out here for your division champion. We have four nice females. Wasn't a lot of quantity in this division, but there's plenty of quality out here. The heifer that won the first class, you know, when this young man gets her parked, gives you a nice maternal look. She's sure deep enough sided. She's a heifer that has enough power in her when you get out behind her. She's a heifer that's pushing a little more chest than I'd like to see, and a heifer I'd probably like to see travel just a little freer and easier off that front end. A little straight in the slope of the shoulder, but you can't deny the power and the mass of this female when you view her from a three-quarter angle. Again, the heifer that won the second class. This is truly the most powerful female out here of the four standing out here. Big-footed, big bone, really impressive down her top and out her hip. A lot of width in this female, plenty of shape and dimension to the center of her rib. I did say in class I'd like to see her just a little more maternal looking through that front end. But, you know, with all the power and mass and the way she moves, she sure gives you a good look and has a lot to like about her. I thought these second place heifers were really nice. I thought the heifer that was second to our second class winner was the most maternal looking female from a profile here. She's not as big boned and as stout as the other females out here, but she's probably stout enough for me, besides the one that won her class. She could be a little wider at her pins, but that good maternal look with that rib cage. For me today, I'm going to keep the two in Class 2 together. This will be your division champion. That will be your reserve division. And there's a lot of differences in the two heifers, but they're both high-quality females. Yep.
Well, congratulations, your champion late spring yearling heifer. Champion will go to back number 6175, exhibited by Gentry Johnson. And reserve champion back number 6178, Cody Clary. We'll now bring in Class 46 junior yearling heifers born January 1st to February 29th, 2020. This will be your final class here in your Balancer Female Show.
here in this class of Gelveys. We get or balancers. We got two really nice females. There's some differences in them up front here, but they're both very maternal. We have the more moderate female, and I said earlier, size doesn't play as big a deal with me. I'm looking for quality. Where I think this heifer beats the heifer from behind her is in just base width, especially when you view them from behind in the bottom third of their body cavities. I just think there's more expansion in the chest floor, in the forerib coming out of that chest floor through the center of that rib, and especially in the rear third of this rib cage. I think that, everybody talks about depth of flank, and I agree that's important. I like to see them to have balance there, but I like to see width of flank too, and I just think there's more to this female in the rear third of her rib cage. I think you see it when you're standing behind them. I think you see it when you go away from them in some base width when they move. So I think this is an extremely balanced, extremely maternal, big rib female with just more base width. She's a more moderate female, and if I was to change her compared to the one right behind her, I'd like to pick her up at her pins a little bit. I'm not saying she's just round hip, but she's just probably a little lower at her pins compared to the heifer right behind her, and a little bit more of that's tail head set maybe than it is pin set. But other than that, I think we just have a tremendously big-bodied, maternal-looking, sound female when you get our profile. I think we got that in this female behind her, too. Again, a very maternal-looking, sound female. Soundness kind of went out of it for me. They're good look on a profile. One's a red one, one's a black one. This was kind of nitpicking on two heifers I like an extreme amount. I just think there's more skeletal width, base width than the one in front of this black heifer. But this heifer's a big-bodied, extremely sound female. Just a really good pair of heifers to start off. After that, it gets a little different for me. There's quality in all these heifers and things I'd like to change. We're going to go with a little heavier conditioned heifer, but a big body, and again, good base width in this heifer. Just doesn't travel as free and easy as she needs to get above the two in front of her today. The black heifer that comes in next in line, again, a good bodied female, but a female that's got some waist in her. You can see in that navel, a female that travels sound and free enough, but nothing like the heifers in front of her to get them up any higher today. The young man's heifer that comes there, the young lady's heifer, I'm trying to look here, the young man's heifer that comes in next in line, a little higher tail-headed heifer, or no, the young lady comes next in line. I'm sorry, it was a little confusing there for me. The young lady's heifer that's going to come in next in line, I think has some balance to her, not the eye appeal of the heifers right in front of her. Gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, I just need to change how she travels off her rear legs to get her any higher today. Good body in this female, balanced female. She just doesn't travel with the authority she needs to. Same for the red heifer coming next, a big-bodied kind of female pushing some extra condition. Needs to change how she travels off her rear leg. The heifer comes in next in line here, too straight off her front end. She's almost limping here a little bit as you see her go. Big-bodied, stout female, but sure needs to travel freer and easier off that front end to get her any higher today.
Congratulations in Class 46. First place, back number 6181, Butler's Miss Hattie 53H, exhibited by Alexandria Rab, Markle, Indiana. Second place, back number 6182, exhibited by Braxton Murray, Kingfisher, Oklahoma. Third place, back number 6187, Brooke Cooper, Burdett, Kansas. Fourth place, back number 6183, DTK Cattle Company of Janesville, Iowa. Fifth place, back number 6188, Cannon Stoner, Blue Jacket, Oklahoma. Sixth place goes back number 6184, Riley Galvey and Balancer, St. Francis, Kansas. Seventh place, back number 6191, Alex Barwick. And eighth place, back number 6192, Spencer Walhosky. We will now bring in your champion and reserve champions out of all of our balancer divisions. Our judge, Mr. Bruce Sturtzbach, will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion balancer females.
Okay, let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. It's been a wonderful balancer show. You know, I hope as you look out here, you can kind of see what I was looking for. In some of the divisions, there were smaller numbers, and I might have to compromise one way or the other to end up where I wanted to. But in general, you can see what I was looking for all day. And you know, I tried to talk about it a lot. I grew up. I say I grew up. I've been in the cattle business since the day I graduated high school, and it's the only way I've ever made a dime in my life. It totally supports my family, my sons, my wife, and I. So this means a lot to me. And the funny thing is, most people find this hard to believe. All in the show world too is how I've made a living my whole life. So there's a lot of importance to this to me. And as I evaluate these cattle out here, I said earlier today that I look at these cattle as what they can do, what I consider to the beef industry. You know, some people have difference of opinion of what the show ring represents. To me, it does not represent a hobby. These cattle, to me, have to be able to do something for the industry. There's some people believe, oh, it's just who can grow the most hair and who has the biggest cooler and can make them cool looking. That's not me. It should mean more than that. When they developed the show ring, it wasn't about to see who could just be the coolest. It was about doing something for the cattle industry. Call me a dinosaur, whatever. I believe it should still be that way. As I look at these, from my opinion, they can all add something to not just this breed, but to the cattle industry. And you know, that's why I said I had a lot of respect for getting an opportunity to come do this show, because, you know, I'm not going to name other breeds, but as breeds go, there's some breeds I believe in can add something to the commercial industry, the cattle industry, the feeder industry, the cow-calf industry, and there's some breeds that only add to the show world. We won't go into which ones I think those are. Everybody can guess on that. But I have a lot of respect for this breed because when I went to Champion Hill and I worked for Paul Hill, we had a lot of discussions. We spent hours driving a truck, and I don't know how many of you know Paul Hill, but he's a great cowman. And we had a lot of discussions in what can pay the bills that can walk the earth on grass. And those are the kind of cattle I believe in, and I do believe this breed fits in there with about 4 or 5 other breeds. And you can start counting how many breeds of cattle there really are, and you realize that some of them I probably don't believe that in. But I really show a lot of respect to this breed because I do think they have a lot to offer to the cattle industry. And so when I got out here and I got the opportunity, I'm very appreciative to the Gelvey Association for letting me have this opportunity, to the people from the Cattlemen's Congress for letting me come down here and do this. And I think it's been a wonderful show. And not everybody does this. I'm going to go through these division winners and tell you what I thought of them. I like for people to know what I thought of them. When I'm showing them, I like for the judge to make it clear why he liked mine or why he beat mine. So I'll run through these. It'll only take me a second, then we'll get your champion and end the night. But it's been a wonderful day, and I really enjoyed being here, and I hope you can respect what I've done. I know everybody doesn't have the same opinion. This calf that won the first division is in competition to be able to be a part of this in the end. This is a really nice heifer calf who has a bright future, I think. She's extremely sound. She's extremely well built from a profile and from a structural standpoint. She's very feminine. She's a heifer that travels so free and easy when you put her in motion. I really like the shape of her legs and the way they hit the ground. She's got enough performance in her. Does she have maybe a tick more chest than some of the other ones? Yeah, but that's picking on one I really like, and I can pick on every one of them out here. The heifer calf that won the next division, again, is in competition for this. This is a little bit larger framed one when you figure day of age compared to other ones. But within that large frame, she's youthful looking. She's not too mature looking for me. And I think these calves need to have some youthful look to them. Size doesn't play into the maturity level to me. There's other things that play into it. And, yeah, this is a good size one. There's a lot of performance here. But there's also a youthful look to her. She's a big-bodied, sound one as she goes about the ring. As you get behind her, is she as big in her stifle as some of the other ones? Probably not, but there's enough there. And she's just so maternal looking and, again, so sound as they go. The senior calf here that won that division just won that division, again, from a structure standpoint. Is she the most overwhelming one from a three-quarter angle out here? No, she's not. But she's an extremely sound, long-sided, Really laid in at the point of her shoulder. She's just very feminine made. Does she have the power of the other one? Some of the other ones? No. She probably has enough. She's one of the greener conditioned ones out here. That's one that could be a big player when they come out next year, because once she builds that mass, there's just so much structural integrity there that that allows her to see a bright future. The heifer that won the next division. A lot of things to like about this heifer. Big bone. Really like how she puts her 4 feet down. Big footed, good footed. Really big middled. But you probably don't notice it as much as you think because she's so balanced. There's probably not a deeper animal in the rear third of the rib cage than this one right here. There's probably not a deeper animal in her forerib coming out of her chest than this heifer right here. She's very feminine. She's laid in very good. She's really good down her top. She's sound as she goes. Just a feminine, really good look to this female with a lot of power built into that maternal and feminine look. The heifer that won the next division, super stout, big boned, big footed, big top in this female, big hip in her, a lot of stifle in this female. Just reeks of power when you stand out behind this heifer. Is she as maternal looking through her front end as some of the other females? Probably not. She's a little shorter neck. She's a little thicker neck, a little heavier chested. But that's still a very sound, very powerful built female. The red female that won the next division, so maternal looking when you get her on a profile. One of the more moderate framed ones, but again, size stays out of it. They go up and down, but quality is what we look for. She's a big rib female. She's a heifer with plenty when you get behind her. She's very maternal through her front end. There's a lot of width and base width and chest width and flank width and forerib width in the lower third of this heifer's body when you view her out from a 3/4 angle. A very maternal female. The cow won the very first class of the day, and I was so impressed. This is a really wonderful cow to me. You know, I look at this cow, this beautiful under this cow. She balances up so nice. She's still feminine. She's sound as she goes. She might get just a little high-shouldered when she's moving for me. I commented earlier today in one of the shows that I like to see them, you know, not too high in the shoulder, and that's the only place I can pick on one that I really like. She's maybe just a little high in that shoulder, but so much rib and doing such a wonderful job with this heifer calf. Really a balanced heifer calf, extremely complete heifer calf. The heifer calf, if I'm picking, is probably a little straight on her front end for me. I'd probably like to give her a little more slope to that shoulder, turn her in a little bit. But you talk about a cow that's working and doing something of value. This cow is working and doing something of value. You know, I'll be honest with you. This thing comes down to about 3 or 4 head for me. Maybe 5, but there is one out here that hits me pretty hard and has since she came out in class, and I'm going to go out and get her, and then it gets a lot closer for reserve, but again, let's give them all a nice round of applause, and I'll go out here and I'll pick your national champion female.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion bouncer female here at the Cattlemen's Congress, back number 6163, GHGF two-step, exhibited by Cody Clary, Saluda, South Carolina. Reserve in that division, exhibited by Ellie Bowman. Exhibitors, I believe we need to stay in the ring. We do need to pick a third overall. Bruce, if you can. Mr. Sturtzbach, you do have to pick a third. We have to have a reserve champion heifer. So if we can have everyone stay in the ring, your reserve champion overall, though, in our balancer female show is going to go to the cow-calf pair, exhibited by Kyson Teal, Cost City, Oklahoma. Our judge, Mr. Bruce Sturtzbach, will be picking a third overall, as we do need to have a reserve champion heifer. And your reserve champion heifer is exhibited by Alexandria Rab Markle, Indiana, with Butler's Miss Hattie 53H. Once again, congratulations to all of our exhibitors, all of our balancer and Galvey exhibitors. A special thank you to our judge, Mr. Bruce Sturtzbach. After the photos, we will be doing group classes here in the arena.